All right, welcome back. Session 21, Land Ahoy. Today, we pick up with the group having just exited the eye of the storm. Last session,
Into the eye.
yes, in the center of the eye of the storm. Last session, though, you all braved the storm itself, seeing how turbulent of a storm it truly was. With the relentless waters and winds crashing and bashing against your ship. There was a number of times where, due to your lack of crew, it looked a little dangerous, perhaps. However, Sin did some incredible feat of magic and summoned these water like forms of people that came up and greatly aided the crew, giving them some much needed rest in an attempt to help fight through the storm itself. During this time, Fizz made some interesting progress with the more widely known Mr. Lee upon the ship. And some interesting things were discovered on either side. Some fun tales were told. Additionally, Taween, Willie, Wizroon, they all had a few very interesting conversations. Another one with RJ as well on the various ideas and aspects of magic surrounding the Astron, um, in their further search to ponder some of these thoughts. At a certain point during the storm, there was an attack of sorts, some kind of misshapen, encompassed by strange energies being clambered its way up during the storm onto the ship, resembling that of one of the silver elves you had recently encountered just before the storm. This thing looked bloated, undead, like some of the other things that you've come across, but wielding a terrifying power. While being physically somewhat uh, not nearly as dangerous as it seemed, at one point it did cause a mass teleport of all whose will was not able to stand up to it. And people were teleported to the front, the back of the ship, Taween nearly managing to catch his hold on the rail before plummeting into the sea below, and Fizz himself being launched off of the boat and into the waters, struggling against the stormy currents. Luckily, with his incredible forethought of tying himself to the mast using his rope, it did prevent this from being a seriously disastrous issue that it could have been, were he less prepared. And quick thinking by Fizz in that moment. Additionally, after that encounter, more conversations were had, and a bit of a fight broke out at one point as well. Um, Somewhat of a fight, as everybody was gathering to speak, hoping to also speak with Sin, although he was still in the middle of casting his extended magic, where he has spent a couple of days at this point up at the helm, doing nothing but this ritual, refusing food, water, rest, anything. Fizz tried to express some concerns he had surrounding things about Taween, potentially Wizarun, and others from some new information he discovered somewhere. And when Taween was brought into the conversation, quickly a feud of ideas came up, and Taween said, well, fine, and stomped off to some degree and left the conversation. However, after the 2 straight days of brutal battering, you finally made your way to the eye of the storm, where the storm ceased to rage quite as heavily, and a moment of calm and relief washed over the crew. While the storm can be seen raging on in all directions in the distance, for the moment at least it seems you're safe. You can see the sun's partially beaming down from straight overhead. Sin stopped his magic and has all but collapsed to the deck, exhausted and tired from the feat that he just accomplished. It is about there where we pick up. Just a few moments after the crew's general has come back up on deck to kind of recollect themselves and take a moment to pause here to decide what to do next now that you are in the center of the storm. So, the ship is yours.
Just trying to recall what I was doing last.
I recall. Okay, I remember what I was doing. RJ will try to find where to give him a potion of polypurpose.
Mm-hmm.
See if he can sit and relax after all what he's been doing.
Okay. So you're just trying to use that to ease the severe exhaustion he has currently.
Yes.
You can still definitely tell it has drained him, but as he takes it, thank you, Reginald. He tilts it back and drinks the liquid within, and you can see there's an ease that washes over his face as he's kind of leaned up against the bow of the ship itself, sitting down.
Do you need anything else?
For now, no. Just a little bit of rest will do.
Alright.
Won't be long now.
Wouldn't have been able to get through that storm without you. Thank you.
Yes, I was hoping that I wouldn't have to expend that energy. But I knew we needed to make it through at the same time.
That was what I was planning to do right away.
What time of day is it? It's daytime since we see the sun.
It's somewhere early afternoon-ish, somewhere in there. You can slightly gauge by the sun's positions.
Quick question. Is everyone else just seeing black on the screen right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's just because where we are on the map. Oh no, it's just completely black.
Nothing being shown right now.
You don't see
I just
the
wanna
main
make sure
map? Oh. You're on the wrong page, that's right.
Yeah. I see.
No, we're all good.
No, I don't really have. I don't think we just had a conversation just a little bit ago.
The night
It's
before.
middle of the day. That was the
Yeah.
night before.
Yes.
Yeah, it was the night before we fought this Draugr guy.
Okay, so it's a new day.
Yeah.
I don't know. Guess I'm just on deck doing things.
There's not too much on deck to be done at the moment. Tatsuil is currently kind of guiding everybody and sending out commands to, raise sails and more or less come to a floating stop now that you're on the edge of the storm outside the rough of the waves. As he shouts out across the deck to you all. Just, we should talk when you have the time. And goes back to quarters.
I mean,
see if anybody's on deck with me and check on the people below deck to see if they're busy. If we're not, I call the captain over to see if we can talk right now.
I'm not busy.
You call him over, and he comes across the deck. Excellent. Just wondering what the plan was from here.
How close are we, do you think, to take out the map with the destination on it?
Not sure. We could always take a look, see what we can make of it. Don't know that there's any landmarks around, and he kind of just looks out at the storm. So, not much we can go off of with a map, but we have a vague idea of where we are.
What? Why don't you spin that doohickey that you have, RJ?
What doohickey? I give you a stink eye.
I'll sign. That's actually a good idea. You want to keep it
the
hidden.
compass that you have.
If you're talking about compass, you need to talk to Taween.
Compass that we use to get into that other
I have to talk to
place.
Taween for the compass.
Really? You don't? Okay. Tyween, did you join us?
Do I have the compass?
I have a
The
compass.
You have a compass.
Oh,
No,
yeah.
RJ. No, RJ.
Got
The
Elvin. It's
compass.
got Elvin on it.
The compass that
It's
we
right
used to
there.
get into the other place. That showed us the
We have the
way
We
to
have
the
the
other place.
Right. Well, I'll let you all talk this out. Let me know if you figure out a heading. Seems like, yes, well, good luck. And you see, like, he looks worried and nervous and kind of turns with this mortified look and walks back off towards the, the wheel.
Why do we need this compass?
Not the compass, Eileen.
Freaking
RJ,
Elvin.
the little thing that you spin and it sparkled and stuff in Balin.
Speaking Elvin, he's trying to make us show the restaurant that the dwarves gave us.
Ah,
I sign. Nearest Astron, right?
There's Astron.
Don't we have Astron?
I have Astron.
Is it in metal? Metal boxes?
Should be.
Might work.
Out of character, in case you. So it sounds like maybe you forgot. The Astron crystal that I was in possession or am in possession of is in a metal box.
No, I know that one.
Yeah. Okay.
We have another one as well.
Oh, the other one that you stole from the dead body. Yes. Okay.
Appropriated from the dead body.
Grave digger, appropriated from the dead body, necrophiliac. It's so.
I'm pretty sure every
somewhere.
adventure we had has been in a
Appropriated
graveyard.
from dead bodies, yeah.
Our first one was in a graveyard too, so
Oh yeah.
that's what we are, grave robbers.
Apparently, I think we're the bad guys, people.
Yeah.
I think we might be the bad guys.
The magical sword I took was off of a dead body.
it's true.
The magical sword I'm using is off of a dead body.
He's only dead for a few minutes, or was he alive? Or
No, it was dead. It was all dead.
It was the grave that you got the sword of the
Every-
sound from.
Is
Yeah.
is Tywin already dead?
Yes.
Yep.
Aren't we
Yep.
all dead? Aren't we
Tywin
all
might be
careening
dead.
towards death? Every moment. Death
You guys don't know about that one.
Anyways,
Tywin could actually be dead.
But I signed. It might work. We'll need both that and compass.
Go down. Oh, yeah. Goals. Do I see Wizroom anywhere?
Yep, he's hanging out where he normally hangs out with Willie.
Have the Astron in that little box I gave you, yeah?
Yeah.
Is everyone out of the Hope?
Where you are right now, yeah, it's just Wizard and Willie are the only other two there.
Alright. And I take out the Astron. I tell Frederick, why do you keep trying to tell people what we have?
You take out the Paragon, you mean?
Astron Paragon.
Paragon of. How did we say that? Ululation.
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 oh, I was disguising my language.
You're disguising your language, yet try and tell me to take it out. Kind of defeats the purpose, friend.
Well, kind of hard to get some private area on this ship. It's not exactly the biggest ship.
I signed.
Right.
If you knew sign language, did you understand that?
Yes, I did.
You did.
Wow. They speak in Elven, or if he spoke Elven.
Someone's been learning.
Oh, that reminds me. I know. I think Mr. Lee might speak Elvish.
Oh. That's news
Wait,
to me.
were you speaking to me in Elven or about me in Elven?
I was talking to Nith and RJ in Elven.
Okay. Well, RJ, are you when you speak to me, are you speaking in Elven or?
Yes. They
Oh.
said that if you could speak Elven too.
No, no. I
Not
said
100%.
blankly at you.
No habla español.
Not 100% sure. I just the compass he gave me. I don't know if it's a he she.
It's a he.
Mr. Lee is a man.
He's a he.
The compass he gave me has Elven writing on it. They might know how to read or speak Elvish, so we might want to be careful about that.
Right?
I am saying that in Elvish because I don't like Fizz right now.
Do you ever?
No, not really.
Alright. Well, Fizz, let's see where this takes us.
Indeed.
Does Tywin have the compass out as well?
My compass?
Yes.
Or the Mr. Lee compass? Sure. Need it?
I take that
Nice.
compass too, or I look at that compass too. While I spin it.
Yeah.
As you spin it and it begins to sparkle, you see Willie go, "Whoa! What's that cool thing?" And Ruzin's just like, "Quiet. Let him concentrate. I'll explain it later."
It's magic.
Yes. Lots of things are magic.
About a young girl's heart.
Can't say
No,
I
I
have
didn't
much
say that.
experience with that.
I didn't say that.
You kind of said it in your voice, so.
Yeah, it sounded like you.
Yeah, I know.
So, RJ, you spin it off, and It spins and spins, and then settles. And corresponding with Tawin in his direction on the compass, it is southwest of you.
That's where it's pointing at.
It is.
And I put the Paragon back and say we are heading southwest, you said?
Yes.
We're heading southwest, it seems. Wherever southwest will take us. And I put everything away and head up to where the hearing gill is.
Okay.
But before that, is Sin just still? Is Sin finally asleep or not?
He has not left the bow of the deck. He just like passed out up there.
Does he look like he's about to fall?
He's not conscious, but no, he's fine. There's like a bit of a lip that he's leaned up against on the interior.
Right. I go. I asked Talene, can you grab a blanket for?
Yeah, we could move him down in the hall. Hold.
Sure, if you think you can do it.
I think I can. I think I can carry an old man.
RJ's no longer sure about your strength. I was so sure before.
Yeah, I mean, during the storm, Fizz outshined you.
Ooh.
Maybe I should help you with that, Taween.
You want to do it? Go ahead.
No, I said help, not do.
I don't want your help.
Okay.
Tywin would then walk over to Sin and like do like a nice little like cradle carry thing,
Yeah,
being all gentle and everything.
and for as flowing as his robes are that make him look a bit thicker, you can tell he is not much more than skin and bones beneath that clothing, and he is exceptionally light.
And I would move him down into hold on one of the hammocks. And
Yep.
if they're as long as they're not taken up by anyone.
Nope, your section is clear. And you're able to
There you
easily
go.
go down and stick him in a hammock, and he just slightly rouses. You can tell he's still mildly conscious, but like on the edge. And thank you, Toby.
Yeah. Don't mention it.
Make a perception check, Toby. Colleen, when you pick up Sin and carry him down, you feel this warmth that comes from him. And there's a little more to it than the warmth of a body heat. It's an energizing warmth. As you carry him down, you feel a little more awake, alive, energetic, a touch stronger.
Even sleeping, huh? That's interesting.
You sleep. You did good job.
Thank you.
Then I would go back up to the top of the ship again.
As you turn to leave, he grabs you by the arm.
Yeah.
Get us to our course. We need to
Right.
hurry.
Okay.
And then his hand goes slack.
Here's onto the deck.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We know where we're going.
West.
All right. Southwest.
We tell that to Captain Tassel.
He nods. All right. Southwest, lads! And starts shouting out furthering commands to drop sails, angle sails, checking compass direction. And while there are not many people on the ship and it's a little underhanded, the couple prior days before, most people were able to rest, and as such, there's enough people currently awake to man the ship comfortably. Anything you guys do as the ship begins to get underway and head southwest for the first.
I go help out with manning the ship.
Okay.
I will hang out around Sin.
All right.
I know he's tired, so I'm not going to try and speak with him, but
Okay.
he is
I
somebody
mean-
I would like to speak to as soon as possible, so I'm hanging around.
Yep.
Near him.
Tywin goes to his normal spot by the anchor. One of these days, I'm going to have to do this.
Excellent. So the day begins to progress on. The sun slowly creeps across what's visible of the sky. As you can see, the storm rages on in the distance around you all. As you guys seem to head more central to the center of the eye. Finn sleeps. You see him, you hear him snoring a little bit for a few hours, Fizz. At a certain point, Wizroon and Willie get up and they've been chatting in hushed tones over at the table. Hello, the king. And they eventually get up and you overhear Wizroon say something along the lines, "Come on, I'll show you." And they go off and they go downstairs toward the bottom hold of the ship.
Who did he say that to?
Willie,
Billy.
Okay.
Fizz, you're sitting there. Anything you're doing while Sin sleeps? What are you occupying your time with?
Maybe I'll just play a little soft lullaby
Okay.
to perhaps aid in his sleep. Not that that would necessarily give him any material benefit, but
You're just softly strumming on your lute, playing melodies that are soothing and not raucous and crazy like you have in bars past.
yeah.
Dithiarn's gonna at some point go up to Taween, who's standing at the front of the ship. Get your attention.
Yeah.
Writes down. I want to try something. You okay with that?
Or
Ooh, you said sure. All right. Does 15 hit you?
It just does.
Non-lethal damage. Passes right through your DR. Did you feel it?
Oh, yeah. I felt that.
7 non-lethal.
That is cool. All right, thanks.
She just stalks you and like palms you right in the chest and just knocks the wind straight out of you.
Why did I agree? I'm not. Next time, I'm not saying yes.
That will decay at the rate of 1 an hour.
If you ask, I could heal it back, but she probably wouldn't. She's not going to volunteer because she just feels like she just gave you a light punch.
Actually, it doesn't go straight to non-lethal. It takes off 7 vigor first.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Are you intimidated?
With what?
He is.
22.
Okay, so you're also intimidated.
You were
Lightning,
shaken.
and some lightning flash and kind of startled and stacked you and flashed in your eyes a little bit, and you're shaken. And then I just walk away and I go back to my maneuvers.
If I'm intimidated, I'm not going to ask you for healing.
Yes, just to reiterate non-lethal, since the player just took it, it takes off of your vigor first, and then once your vigor's gone, it starts counting up in the non-lethal counter, up
Gotcha.
equal to your wounds.
Okay, that's what she wanted to do.
All right.
She chose you because she knows you have really good armor.
Yeah.
So, RJ,
Yes.
anything in particular you're trying to help out with on the ship, or just volunteering your services where need be?
Volunteering my service where I need be.
Okay. Yeah, you help out some of the upper crew with, more general tasks. You help hold some ropes down for some people as they have to go up and move a few things. The storm caused quite a bit of entanglement of a lot of the mast lines, and so that's still kind of being sorted out now that you're out of the storm. Everything's kind of being slowly brought back as you sail to that happy, comfortable medium. Still undoing some of the damage, bailing out some of the water from the lower hold still. A couple of people are up rechecking the masts themselves from where they split asunder. Kind of, just checking the integrity of those, making sure there's no small tears that are beginning to form again in the weak spots. In the meantime, Fizz, you're down there softly playing your music. Wizard and Willie have still gone off to wherever. And you look over and you see Sin kind of just watching you. That is.
Does his eyes look like are his eyes open?
Yeah,
he's...
they're open. They're open.
Are you awake, Sin?
I am. It's nice music you're playing.
If you're tired, I know that you must be very tired.
It will pass. I've been very tired for a very long time.
Okay. Well, I wanted to ask you something.
What is it?
It's about these crystals, the Astron crystals.
Yes.
I think that they might be somehow tied to, I don't know, life in some way.
I see. He's been learning.
So you were aware of this before then?
I have, yes. I have been.
Hmm. So what then, like, if these crystals are somehow tied to life, then I mean you can't, like, it's hard to. We carry these, and I'll pull out some Astron crystals from my pocket.
Yeah.
I like we carry these around and trade them for goods. Like, wouldn't that mean that this we're essentially trading someone's soul?
It sounds to me like you are beginning to take on a bit more responsibility in what you know. I might be able to help answer, but are you sure you're ready to know these answers?
I mean, I don't need to know everything, but I'm just concerned now that the dwarves, as good as they've been to us, are they really doing the right thing here?
Think of it this way. The energy of a life, of a soul, of Noth, for example. His life was ended from his body. But that does not mean the essence of what he was is gone forever. Think, we considered magics to bring him back in various ways. It's not that the soul necessarily goes anywhere, but perhaps takes on a new form, maybe a new shape, becomes part of the cycle elsewhere. Perhaps in some ways what the dwarves do, whether they know it or not, is move that energy in a different sort of way. Does it make a difference in your mind if they do this intentionally or unintentionally?
Hmm.
And what does any individual crystal mean? Can such things be known?
Yeah. Well,
What about every time you fight, whether for your life or for hunting? Is that not just another way in which the cycle is renewed?
I suppose, but what happens if what the dwarves do unintentionally maybe breaks the circle? That's my concern, I guess, more than anything. This knowledge of A soul turning into another form. I'm okay with that. I'm okay if I end up as one of these crystals. But, you know, I don't know.
But you're afraid that they are making the decisions for others for them.
Yeah. And perhaps, maybe even if not for specific individuals, perhaps their acts are somehow tied to the anchors in some way, and the fact that they're falling into disrepair. I mean, that's only speculation on my part, but it feels like they either know what they're doing and know that it doesn't break the circle, but I mean, if it does break the circle, who knows what could happen, right?
Indeed. There are many ways in which the cycle could be perverted, changed, altered. But a handful of dwarves making a handful of coins, while perhaps having some influence, is only but a part of the whole picture.
Hmm. True. I think you were busy at the front of the boat. I'll look around to make sure nobody's around and that Wizroon and Willie are still off and about.
They seem to be. Perception, though, if you'd like.
They seem to be. That's worrisome for me. Seem to be. They sure do seem to be away. Here come all those bad rolls that I've been saving up.
Yep.
Thanking them for this conversation. We found, and I'll try to whisper this to him as well because I'm trying to be careful, paranoid. We found a partially corrupted crystal when we had to fight this undead thing that climbed on board. I don't know if you seemed pretty focused on the storm, so I don't know if you noticed that or not. And I don't know. Wizroon seems very interested in that as a subject of his study.
Yes.
I've told Nithyan and RJ about my thoughts here. I've not discussed it with Tyreen or Wizroon, because I worry what they would maybe try to do with the knowledge or the crystal that we now have.
This corruption of this crystal that you speak. It has to do with another I was trying to find before I met you all. A man by the name of Menshak Ogana. At least, that is the name he uses.
Making me write down names.
I can type that down too.
Yes, please. Because otherwise, it's going to be Men Shack. Because that's what I heard.
Meshak. Sorry.
Net Shack. No, it's okay.
Um,
I have pretty terrible hearing, so.
he says, from my understanding, he was one who dealt in such arts. Like our young and curious friend. Think of it this way. You have relationship with your friend. Perhaps you can guide him. Show him truth. Let him decide based on the reality of the situation.
Yeah. I mean, I think our RJ, they'll have to be up to RJ or Nithyan, because I don't think Tywin really sees me as much of a friend.
Tywin has his fingers in such things as well, I believe. But it has not consumed him. Not yet. Perhaps you, as friends, are what he will need at some point.
Mm-hmm. Well, you should get some rest.
I shall. More will make sense soon enough. I will have more to speak on later, but with the group and when we reach our destination. But for now, consider the reality of what you know. Consider that people may not know what they do. And how does that affect your decision? Are they worth guiding back to a path that you believe is right? Do they not perhaps do it for the same reason? These are large schemes you are dealing in. The potential weight of many may rest on your decisions here.
Mm-hmm.
But don't take that as a burden. Take it as a privilege. For not many even get far enough from their homes to read the sign to the next town, or to work their way out from under the thumb of those who rule above them.
Definitely true.
Make your difference where you can. Do what you believe to be right. And no matter the outcome, you will be comfortable with yourself. Even if it hurts others in the process.
Yeah.
And he goes back resting.
Yeah. We'll go back above deck and see if I can catch RJ in a moment when he's free. RJ.
Would there be any spare time for me, considering I'm helping out? There's not very many people on the ship right now.
I mean, it's not so much that, like, they have enough to at least man the basics in these more calm waters. It's just that there's more people on deck kind of helping with some of the extra stuff and extra damage from the storm. There's certainly the time if you wish to take it.
I take it. What do you need, Fizz?
Oh, I just wanted to let you know that Sin's doing okay. He's resting, and I spoke with him a little bit because he seemed to have the strength, and I mean, he's not as sure about some of the things that I discussed with you, but he definitely is confident in most of what I told you and Nithirn. So
Okay.
I'll still leave it up to you if you want to discuss things with Tywin and Wizarun.
Well, we are traveling with each other, so it will eventually come up.
Yep.
RJ's kind of lost with why you're bringing something like this up when if you knew that he was going to say something like that.
I'm putting the decision in your hands, not mine.
I
Just like with
see.
the dolphins.
Okay.
That's it. That's all.
Would you like to help with the riggings and stuff?
Sure. Is very lacklusterly helps.
Roped into helping. So, several hours go by, and the light is slightly beginning to fade from your surroundings. Not so much that it's getting closer to dark, but more so because as the suns peak further and further off that interior open sky of cloud, it gets a bit darker as there's only this one kind of shaft of light that comes down and bounces through and off the clouds themselves, as they seem to be so massive and thick that eventually they just blot out a large portion of the light beyond. There's sort of this shadowed gray that takes over everything. People are working and sailing and getting everything worked back out. Anybody on deck, go ahead and make a perception check.
I guess I'm on deck because I'm assisting with things.
I'm a little busy. There you go, right there.
Oh, damn!
Hey.
Tywin sees all.
Indeed.
Tywin perceives all.
For Fizz and Taween,
Oh, you gotta do that one.
you're near the edge of the ship, kind of retying something to one of the knots to refasten one of the ropes that just recently got untangled from the mess of ropes. You're looping it around and tying, and Taween, you're up by the anchor, keeping your watchful eye as you do. And you swear out of the corner of your eye you see this shadow pass beneath the ship. Quite large, and there's a little bit of a wave that rocks the boat in this otherwise still water.
Is it
Taween,
whale shaped?
it is.
Sorry.
It is not.
Okay.
But Taween, a few minutes later, or a few moments later, you swear you saw and heard kind of a scrape along the bottom side of the deck, and you catch the glint of something receding under the water as this dark figure passes beneath again.
Something's under us.
Rather large, roughly 15 or so feet across, maybe 30, 35 feet long.
Really big's under us.
Hmm.
He shouts as he's already starting to get ready. He's getting out his shield and one of his spears.
People on the crew start moving to the edge of deck and looking over.
Don't look. Don't get off the sides.
Would advise people to go to the harpoons, maybe?
You don't have
The
harpoons.
ballistas?
Ballista.
Let's stay.
Ballista.
Right. Whatever it is, man the ballistas. People start clamoring over. Any of you guys specifically go to them, or are you just letting the crew do it?
I'm letting the crew do it. I don't
I'm
know how
gonna
to
let the
fucking
crew
use
do
those.
it.
Yeah.
I don't think any of the crew knows how to use them except the older people that will.
I'll
But I just want
check.
to. I just want to see, like, you said it went under and then came out on front of the ship, or did it is it still like underneath us?
From like side to side, and then it kind of dives down deep or whatever it was.
Oh, okay.
Hasn't resurfaced.
Well, I'm
in a
just gonna
minute or two.
keep an eye out to see if maybe it just swam by, I don't know.
Colleen, with your perception, these few minutes later, everybody's a little on edge. People have loaded ballista shots and they're ready on it.
Get ready.
You see out in the distance, maybe 50, 60 feet off the bow of the ship, this large fin come up out of the water. Hard to say how tall, but rather large, and then recede back under again.
Coming towards us or away?
Kind of from side to side in front of the ship.
Finn.
Who?
Something's in front of us. Saw Finn in the water like big fish.
Right. Should we avert course? Should we stop? You see Tasso looking uncertain up on the helm.
I don't know.
I mean, it's a fish. Maybe it's just swimming by.
I'm not the captain. He's never made a decision as something with the team.
As you say that, you hear something hits beneath deck. The whole ship rocks to the side violently.
I mean, I'll load up my crossbow
I,
with that.
I don't think it's going to leave us alone. We might
I think it's time for evasive maneuvers. Please.
move faster. Sail faster.
Right. We're in the eye of the storm. Not much wind, but yep. Turn south. And they start yelling. Okay. It's about 5 minutes or so later. You see them try and get in with the speed of the wind. But the maneuverability of the ship is not quite as maneuverable as whatever this is. As you can see, suddenly, a good 60 or so feet off, the backside of whatever this fish-like creature with this massive fin comes out of the water and is speeding right towards you guys on a bullet-like path into the side of the ship. Everybody roll initiative.
The side.
And just roll. I'll write it down on a piece of paper since we're not on that.
What is this? Sea of Thieves?
You've been playing too much Sea of Thieves, Lore.
I have had this encounter planned away before I started playing that again.
Liar!
20.03. Very quick on my feet today.
Okay. Fizz is
Yes.
30 feet off, and you can. Oh, shit. There's closure. No, that closed all the tabs.
No.
It is 30 feet or so off. You can only see the fin and part of its back. The shape of it is more pointed at the tip, rounds back out down towards a multi-pronged tail that you can see underneath the water. Two big fins on either side, along with the fin on the top. It has this dull gray color to it. Although there's a bit of there are these, on the fin you can see these like bluish green, almost web-like lining cast across it.
Mm.
It's your turn if there's anything you wish to do.
I'm just. You said 30 feet, right?
From the edge of the ship, and from the point of view of the ship, if you're looking down the ship toward the bow, it's off the right side,
Yeah.
and it's effectively a move action to move from side to side of the ship.
And I'm on the far side, or
Whichever
I'm on the
side you
correct
imagine
side.
yourself to be for the start.
Yeah, you saw it, so you've been probably following it.
Yeah, so I'd be on the same side as
Okay.
it. So see what my options are.
And the ship still is in motion currently.
Yeah. So thing. Okay, I think that's my best option. So I'm gonna do some magic because he's within range. I'm going to appear to be screaming.
Hey.
Only the thing is going to hear me. I don't know if that shows the correct damage.
2d6. 1d6 per 2 cast level. Yeah, so it'd be 2d6.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's fortitude saving throw.
Is verse so that's a first level spell. The DC is 14.
Jokes.
Pretty sure that's. Or is it?
On the bottom of your sheet, if it's set up right by the spell, it should tell you.
It's 10 plus bar level plus ability mod.
Excellent.
Or
Yep. So if it did
Hold on.
save, it's not dazed, then it takes half damage if it does save. Okay, cool. Alright. I have that result. Kind of hard to tell if it hit or not, but you speak a couple words of magic and shout your voice out. Is there anything in particular you do shout as you cast the spell, or is it just a general
it's just
shouting?
an ear piercing scream. So I
That's
scream at it, but it hears me.
Indeed.
So I'm turning a little bit red in the face, but you don't hear my voice, which is kind of weird. For observers on the deck.
All right. It definitely hit, but you're just not sure as to what effect.
Yeah, so the save is 14 because it's 10 plus spell level plus my charisma modifier. So 10 plus 1 plus 3.
Just went up by 1.
There we go.
Halloween.
We will coming from our right side, right?
Yep.
Right side ballista thing. There. Ben. How far is it from us right now?
30
30
feet.
feet.
30 feet. Are we level 4 right now?
You are.
I remember you saying last week you were going to like have a thing where that kind of like empathize us turning level 4.
Yeah, I'll expand upon that later, but
But we are level 4.
yes.
Okay.
Tyween's going to do the only thing he can really do right now. And throw a javelin at it.
All right.
He's running low on these.
As you whip the javelin to the waters. And an 11 will hit. As you see it hit the back of where the fin is attached to, and then slide off and into the water.
So it did not pierce its skin.
It did not seem to pierce in or stick at all.
Got more than DR4.
Are you staying on that side of the ship, Tommy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I probably take like a step back. I probably take like a little bit of a step back so I'm not right on the railing, but
Yeah.
I stay on that side of the ship.
Okay.
I'll take like a 5-foot step or something away from the railing.
Okay. Ooh, goodness, excuse me. So, this creature, suddenly you can see this burst of speed as you see its fin do like one or two very powerful swishes back in the water behind it, and it suddenly just jets forward.
Oh.
It is going to slam into the side of the ship. You can hear the wood somewhat crack and splinter under its weight as it slams into it. And as it is slamming into the side, Fizz and Taween, you see these two long tendril-like tentacles whip out from underneath the water and slap at each of you once.
Okay.
Fizz, 23 versus defense.
Oh, that's hitting.
11,
100%.
11 bludgeoning.
Oh my god.
And make a combat maneuver, or sorry, what is your combat maneuver defense?
Oh boy. Where is that? Oh, shoot. 17.
Just barely. It slaps you and nearly takes you straight off your feet. You can see it tries to get a grab around you, but fails to do so as you slip your leg out in time. Taween, the other tentacle, comes through, and I think a 14 misses you?
Right now, yes.
Okay. As you see the tentacle come up and just slap the side of the wooden deck, splintering some of it. And that's kind of where it is at the end of its turn, as it finishes that strike. RJ.
I see Wizroon on top.
Not currently. Nobody specifically went and got him.
Alright, I'll take a move action to go down the hull, right?
Yep.
Down to the hold?
Yep.
I'll do that and yell for Wizroon to come help up onto the deck.
Okay.
But before I do that, can I do a knowledge and nature check to know what it is?
You can.
If you have that.
Have nature and arcana.
Nice.
Yes.
I have all of the knowledge.
Yes, you're a bard, a dirty, dirty bard.
I know things. I have been known to know things.
All right, Wizard in the order.
Advantages of telling stories, listening and telling stories.
Indeed.
Yeah, I don't need to know things. I just know people that know things.
RJ, what's the other knowledge you have that you said?
Arcana.
Roll that too.
Just
Okay.
that's with a nat one. Nice.
That's within that one.
Anybody else with knowledge, arcana, and or nature can roll either or both of those as well. Both if you have both.
I will roll.
I have Arcana.
Terrible
Knows much
rolls.
Arcana than
It
I
is
do.
just a fish. It's a very big fish.
It's a fish with tentacles. I know that much.
Yeah. All right. RJ, you understand the nature side of this thing. It looks to be, as you have spent a good time of your life growing up, somewhat in the vicinity of Silver Lake. It was probably a week or so away at any given point. And you've probably helped out in the area closer to some of the port towns too. So you've heard rumor. Well, no, you would not have heard rumor from that. You've heard rumor from other travelers, in retrospect, from people on the coast of the continent itself that you've come across. And they've spoken of these creatures. They are called hammerhead sharks. And they are vicious. And they generally live in the seawater. They often weigh up to 400 pounds and are about 12 feet in length. And have a very nasty bite. And it's one of the reasons that people don't sail ships off the coast, for if you fall over, there's the chance one might get you if you're in their area. However, on the terms of nature, this doesn't quite account for this thing's size.
Yeah, this one's a bit bigger.
From what you know. Or why naturally that might be. Also, tentacles were never mentioned when you heard of these things. That's where Kali...
This week on Shark Week.
But it is strange that one of these things are here in the freshwater lake. I will say that.
Okay.
Taween, your Arcana check gets the other side of this story, in that as you're beginning to see this creature, and especially with the tentacles, you can see this almost web-like, scarring-like pattern that is spread across this shark's exterior body. And it has this dull bluish green color. It reminds you of the color of the storm cloud itself. And it has this ever so soft magical glow to it. Something has altered and grown this shark through unnatural means, it seems, which also may account for its strange appendages.
Gotcha.
And with that, RJ, you dip down below deck and
Scream for wood.
scream for wisdom.
Wizroon, giant hammerhead, we need help.
He kind of gives you a quizzical look, like, what? All right. And starts getting up. Which brings it to Wizrun, who rolled right after you as he entered. Who will move up to the top deck. You see him look out, and he kind of does this, oh shit. Like, he has that moment. And then he is going to shoot a ray across. That's what he can do at the moment. Which hits. And does a couple points of cold damage. Nithir.
Ray of Frost.
Is any part of this thing on the ship?
Not on the ship, no.
How far off the ship is it?
There's that like 5 to 7 foot kind of diagonal gap down to the surface of the water. It's currently adjacent to the ship.
So it's
with its
reachable.
like head. It's just like slammed into the side of the ship. And I guess there's the 2 tentacles that are kind of still receding from their swipes on the other 2.
Yeah, no, I just don't know what is. I'm trying to imagine what is within range, of any sort of range, of 10 foot or less.
10 foot or less, you could get up to the edge of the ship and swing down, currently.
Alright. I will. I doubt it's going to hit, but I will move up and then try to whack it with a meteor hammer.
Alright.
And I won't be able to do anything but that, so there it is.
Alright, you crack it just in front of the fin with this hammer. And you can see as you slam into it, this arcane webbing that is across its exterior of the skin, almost like giant stretch marks, is another way to envision this. Slightly flare up upon impact, but it does seem, it had an effect. It's hard to gauge off of this sort of a creature. Also, mechanically, for your guys' size information, this thing is considered huge.
Okay, pretty easy to hit, that sounds.
Oh yeah. Not very dodgy.
Nope. And that is all I can do.
Indeed. The crew goes, who go about trying to man the ship. Tasswell orders the ship to continue moving, as they were. Moving it behind you guys as the ship continues its motion. And both ballista begin to turn backwards toward the thing behind it now. They have to take their whole round to get the aim, though. Which brings it back up to the top with Fitz. It is now about 60 feet behind you.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm going to the front middle mast
Okay.
to tie myself to my rope. That's my
Good
turn.
That's a good idea.
I almost got pulled off this goddamn ship. Tied myself to it.
In a moment of PTSD, you look for the rope and leap for it, immediately tying it around your waist. Excellent. Tyween, what are you up to?
Tyween is... Oh, this is going to be really weird. This is the fight where I do this now?
It's 60 feet behind the boat now.
Yeah, I know it's 60 foot behind the boat. From the way it moved, though, does it seem like it could easily catch up to us?
Probably.
safe to assume I'll attack us again. Tyween's going to start to move towards the back of the boat, but stay on the right side.
Mhm.
So it's like towards the back and on the right of us, right?
Yep.
I'm going to use my move action to move towards like either towards the middle of the boat or maybe a little bit further close to the back.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I can get at least. And then he'll get there and he'll be like, all right. Gonna catch up to us. Better be ready. Another one of those tentacle attacks. And he's going to rage.
Okay.
But blood rage, but this time it's going to be a lot different than what you guys have seen before.
Ooh, how
As
so?
he's you guys seen him blood rage before. He kind of does like this little like goes into his stance and takes a deep breath. He never really screamed or anything, but you guys have seen it. But this time, instead of it being normal, he actually falls to his knees in pain. As you can hear bones cracking in his body. His joints, it seems like his skin is starting to expand and his joints are moving and his body's expanding towards his knees and his elbows and his ankles and wrists as he screams in pain and he's like what? And after a few seconds you see about around a foot taller Tyween. His limbs are skinny as hell. Like they are like bone and skin right now.
He's spaghettified.
And in mechanical wise, I now have a 5-foot reach.
Excellent. An additional 5-foot reach.
Yes. And I am going to do a hold action. If it gets into my attack range, I'm stabbing it with my spear.
Excellent. Which spear do you have drawn?
The magic one.
Okay.
The +1 spear.
Okay. All right. And just in time, as you take up your positioning, it rights itself, roils a bit, and with a few more powerful swipes of its tail, closes that distance on your ship almost immediately, slamming into the back of it yet again.
It slammed into the direct back.
Yeah. Which it makes it in your range as it's slamming to do your thing.
I will then attack it.
That will
Bam.
hit.
Almost a crit.
Indeed.
Almost.
You stab into the top of the thing, and you can see the magical energy flare up against the strike of your magical weapon. You stab into it a little bit. As it is slamming into the back of the ship itself, its tentacles are also reaching up over the top of the deck. One to Tyween with a 12 versus defense, which I believe misses.
It still misses. My defense now is 13.
Excellent. And a 12 versus one of the men on the ballista, as it does 9 points of damage to them. And with that CMB check, you see one of the crewmates. It grabs them by the waist and whoosh, right off the edge of the deck. Or not yet, not yet. It just grabs it by the waist this turn, bringing it to RJ.
RJ goes back up onto deck. What do I see?
You see the tentacle rising off the back of the ship, wrapped around the one man. Colleen looking like some crazy spaghetti monster.
And you see Fizz furiously tying the rope to himself.
The general chaos.
All right. I throw a bomb at the tentacle, making sure if it does hit the tentacle, only hit the side of the ship and nobody else.
The tentacle's in the same space as a crew member. How does that interact?
I would try to hit the base.
The base is kind of like the front of that square, really, because it's on the edge of the ship.
All right.
You can still do it.
No, that would hurt the peoples.
The tentacle itself isn't technically its own separate entity. It's just part of the creature.
All right, then I throw the bomb at the creature.
Okay, so you huck it overboard in the hopes that it's high enough in the water to crash down upon it. Go ahead and do your roll.
Boom, boom.
And what energy are you right now?
This is fire.
Alrighty. That attack roll.
Yeah, you're
hit.
thinking about my alchemist.
Oh,
Yeah.
You're right.
I only do fire.
Yeah.
I do all the
Damn it,
energies.
Jonas. It does fail its reflex save, and 12 damage goes out to it.
Oh, reflex save is only if it's getting hit by the splash damage.
Oh, right. Well, so either way, it takes 12 damage.
Awesome.
As you see the bomb explode onto the back of it. Wizrun runs his way down deck. Actually, no, he doesn't. He doesn't need to move for this. He pulls up both hands, dual casting. And fires out a duel of magic missiles. Doing another 12 in total between the two.
I see him.
Nithyan.
So he's got one of the crewmates grappled.
He does.
So grappling gets really tricky. If I go up there and try to grapple the NPC,
You would be aiding his attempt to escape.
okay. That's what I will do. So I'll go up and try to pull him out. CMB?
Yep, you still have to roll a CMB to enter in, and you do.
Nat 20. I just yank him right out.
Well,
So you just
you give him a bonus to his roll, unfortunately,
I know.
from succeeding. But it is the crew's turn after. One of the ballista gets the fire because it was already pointed off the back of the ship. However, with the natural roll of a 5, it still somehow manages to miss the creature altogether. Dice come back.
They're fired.
The one that is wrapped by the tentacle is furiously grasping at you, Nithyan, as you are trying to pull him out of the grasp of this tentacle. He is going to roll that plus his bonus of that. And you see this look of fear as this tentacle is not coming loose as the ship again begins to move forward and almost
So
outpace.
hold on.
Yeah.
That was my only option, was to assist him. I couldn't try to grapple him to hang on to him, hold him on.
Well, here's where the next question will come. As you are holding on to him and the distance begins to separate between the creature and the ship, do you continue to hold on?
Be a strength check, right?
It would be a strength check versus the creatures, yes.
Yep, that's what I would do.
Okay. Now, if you fail this, you are pulled with the guy.
Got it.
Okay. Go ahead and make.
I'm hanging on. I'm hanging on to the little dude.
Make a strength check.
Nope.
It was nice knowing you, Nithiern.
As the ship speeds up a bit more and it begins to separate the distance, he gets pulled. You trying to pull him furiously, hold against all your might, and then are pulled overboard with him, being pulled backwards by the tentacle and the gap distance of the ship.
That's fine. I'm hanging on to the little dude still.
Indeed. As you guys are both immediately slapped onto the surface of the water.
Okay.
But you're adjacent to the creature now.
Yep, that's what I was thinking that as well.
And as long as you maintain that hold on that guy, you're not free swimming.
And I can attack, correct?
Yeah, I would say you could get one of your attacks off as maintaining the hold in this grapple.
Well, how does grapple work? Don't I get all my attacks, or?
You get one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just one.
Yeah.
One for me is a flurry of blows.
But I think you have to roll with disadvantage because you.
No disadvantage.
I have no disadvantage with any hand, weapon, knee, elbow, fist,
Not disadvantage,
leg,
but
foot,
there's like
head.
There might be a penalty.
No, like I think you take like a penalty on your next grapple check roll or something. I don't know.
The grapple's really hard. I always have trouble with grapple.
I have an idea of what I'll do in this. It's just also a weird situation too because you're not technically the one being grappled either. So.
Correct.
In any case, Fizz.
When we get there,
it is your turn. You just see the tentacle pull it and your crewmate off board.
And Nithiern.
Yeah.
How far away are they?
There's about a 30-foot gap this time between ship and beast, and your front mast. So you're able to get to the mid mast from what I remember of your ship rope length.
Yeah. So I'm gonna stay where I am because that's within. I believe the cast radius on this is my medium range.
Yeah, that should be in range.
So that's 140 feet.
Yep.
Oh yeah, big
And
easily.
I'm going to cast glitter dust on the shark. And so it's a 10-foot sphere, which I'll position so that it just hits the shark and not the people who are grappled by the tentacles.
Yep. Which basically will blast it for that round because this is kind of one of those cloud effects that'll drift.
So it actually attaches to
the creature, right?
To the creature, yeah.
Oh yeah.
So a cloud of golden particles covers everyone and everything in the area, causing creatures to become blinded and visibly outlining invisible things for the duration of the spell. And the duration is 4 rounds. For the next 4 rounds.
All right, it's will save.
Yeah. And the damage and stuff doesn't mean anything. It's just
only if it's not blind. If it's will saved, it's not blind.
Yeah, blind negates the will save. And what's your DC?
That's a 2nd level spell. So it's 15.
Okie doke, so we'll keep that in mind.
So it is 100% covered in gold now. So it is now a gold hammerhead tentacle shark thingy.
Excellent.
And if it is blind, it gets -2 to armor class and a bunch of other stuff.
Indeed.
Blinded. I checked out Blinded. I was like, this is actually really good.
What a weird encounter this was turned into suddenly. Colleen, it's your
Glitter.
turn.
That's all. Bye. That's him, like, bye. And this. And then, he kind of, like, has a moment to, like, realize what the hell's going on with him. He's like, this is new. Then he still doesn't know they can cast spells. Won't try that unless it's desperate. He's going to.
Might be a feeling that overtakes you at some point too to do it.
Yeah. He's going to stab himself with his spear,
All right.
taking one wound.
Yep.
Again, I'm hurting myself more than anything else. And I'm going to ready attack again. Ready a attack for when it gets into my range.
Okie doke.
Because this does matter. Between the time that Nith punched me and now, how much hours has been passed?
Like 4.
I only punched you for 7.
Yeah, I'm
It was a little punch. It's love that.
back up to 25. Back up to 25.
Okay. So it is the shark's turn. Oh boy. It suddenly gets very slow in the water and starts to kind of veer off to the right in relation to the ship. It only moves about 30 or so feet as it kind of veers off right, putting it kind of behind and to the right of the ship. Mostly just to the right, but near the back of the ship. About 30 feet off to the right. And the one tentacle maintains the grab, yes, on the guy, which allows the other one to just come in and crack against that poor man that it has held. And it slams into him.
Him or me?
Him, the guy, it's grappled. That is grappled. Okay. Actually, let's I have to do this.
Does that give me an attack of opportunity?
It does not, it's just a normal attack.
Alright.
Alright, that brings it to RJ. It is 30 feet away from the edge of the ship, off to the right. Kind of like the back right. But you can see it's drifted off to the... Yeah.
As I throw another bomb at it.
Okay. You have a range of 30, or are you taking negatives on this?
My range is 20.
Oh.
I'll be taking a negative 5.
-2.
Okay.
For every range increment you go up, it's -2. However, you slam into it anyway. Doing another 12. Okay. Wizrun comes up to the edge of deck and does the classic Ray of Frost. However, or wait, no, that does hit, I believe. It does not hit. Wait, it does.
Hits. +5 per every 2 level. Barely hits.
That's no. The +5 is for the range.
Yeah, that's range. But it just barely hits the thing, like the back end of the tail, almost skating over the top of it, which brings it to Nithirn.
Okay. What are my actions? Can I start hitting it?
Well, you sure can see it. That's for sure. It's pretty
Yep.
shiny right now.
So
Intent would be, just so you know what my intent would be, whatever you allow me to do, would be
Yeah.
flurry of blows, stunning fist, and just start whacking on it.
okay.
So my first one would be an attempt at a stunning fist, and again, I can only do that one stunning fist per round. I went and we talked about it a little bit. I just want to clear that up. I got 4 of them, but only 1 per round.
Right. And you're using your unarmed strikes for this?
Yeah, I'm gonna punch it.
Okay. So
Or
we'll
kick
say,
it, or
is your
knee it, or
intention to
elbow it, or
is your intention to remain hold on the guy at the same time? Or are you like totally focusing in on your attacks and like Hail Marying it?
So be clear on how that works with a grapple, because
So
I know
this is a really weird situation, but I would say if you want to maintain hold,
on the guy.
you would make a combat CMB check, and if you succeed a certain degree, you will maintain hold and get your full round action. If you fail, you will fall into the water, and then you have to deal with that.
Go for glory. I'm just gonna punch the shit out of it.
All right.
All right, unarmed strike. First one, stunning blow.
That hits and does do damage. Now, interestingly, Nathan, when you do connect,
He's intimidated. If he's intimidated and the stun, then you got to do the fort save for stunning blow. 17.
Okay. Fort save, natural, but yeah, it succeeds the stunning blow, unfortunately.
It saved or did not save?
It saved. It rolled 21.
Okay. Okay. And then it's intimidated. Is the intimidate go through?
Remind me quickly what that is versus?
Intimidate is
Like it's wisdom plus HD or something, right?
Shaken. It's the total hit dice plus target's wisdom modifier.
Okay.
Plus 10.
Plus 10. Okay.
So whatever it's hit dice and wisdom modifier.
Okay, I'll consider that. If that failed or not.
Okay. And then it's shaken. If it is, it's shaken.
Yeah. So
I will. Go ahead.
To describe this first hit as you let go and just rake your fist into the top of this thing's head, like right by one of the eye sockets.
Bam, bam.
You can see as you strike it first, with the amount of force you put into it, and what you know about your fists as of recent, you still see the arcane lining on this thing flare up in response to your hit.
That's fine.
Seeming to
That's
dull
magic.
your strike.
It then dodges my magic strike?
Seeming to dull your magic strike, yes.
Alright. Hit it again.
Alright. That 12 hits. And some damage.
Hit it again.
Still
A crit.
will come through. Okay, 1 sec. That hit goes off. The third hit, which is your flurry, right?
Yeah, I use a burn a key.
Okay, it has to roll to avoid your crit, and it does not. So that is 14 more damage, or do you want the card for times 2?
Card.
Thought we were just automatically always doing the card on
you're
this
right.
one.
Yeah, you're right. We're just doing card. And then if it does say double, we have the damage there. Critical hit is bludgeoning, right?
Yep.
All right, tiring blow, double damage plus target fatigue, so it's still 14 damage for dude. So this thing is looking rough. And it's
all of the conditions.
yes, it is blind, shaken, and fatigued right now.
And unfortunately, then I probably am in the water
Yes.
next to it now.
That does mean you are now in the water. Go ahead and just make me a swim check just to see if you stay on the surface or immediately just cascade off of the edge of it back into the water. Okay, this is calm water, so you immediately you stay on that surface level for now. Although it was in motion, the boat was in motion. Now you're not really in motion in that speed, so everything's gonna get really weird here. But this is interesting because now
it should not be moving very fast.
It's still moving. Yeah.
Well, if it's stunned, it's not.
Well, it's not stunned. It saved that. Remember.
Oh, okay. He also, if he wouldn't have saved the stun, then he would have also dropped the dude.
It is the crew's turn. The left one gets remanned and turned. The right one doesn't have an angle as it's on the right side of the boat right now. Somebody called out a thing for Tassable, I believe I heard.
Let's follow that shark.
Follow that shark. All right. He commands, he's telling people to slow down, turn the ship. And we will get that profession check from the captain, from the driver right now. Let me go grab that rule set real quick as it's actually coming up. Oh, this is great. All right, vehicle crew actions and pilot. So it is attempting to hard to port and turn 90 degrees to the right while also slowing. It is not even going full speed yet. Okay. And he makes his profession check. And fails miserably. So, like, the boat begins to kind of turn right, but for the most part, it still goes about 60 feet forward. Now putting a 90-foot gap between boat and shark. Which brings it back round to Fizz.
Okay. 90 feet, eh?
Yeah.
90 feet. What is my range on that thing? 80. So, Jawid, would you have told us about your arcanic insight into the beast, or no?
No.
No? Okay. That
I'm not one to shout that.
Okay. Yeah, so then, because I rolled so poorly on that before, then I'm just going to be doing some bardic inspiration.
Were you inspiring?
Well, I have those alchemical arrows. So if I knew we were fighting magic, I might bother trying to be like, oh, would this work on them? And think about it for a bit. But no, I won't, because... Okay, inspire competence on the pilot on whatever skill he's using to drive this boat.
Good call. Profession sailor.
So +2 to his thing. So that takes up my standard action, and I'm staying in the middle of the deck.
Excellent.
I don't want to get attacked by standing near the mast. That my rope is tied to.
All right, so you inspire the driver to be better at his job in turning like he was told, despite his previous failure. And Taween, it is your turn. Shark with Nithyarin and this other guy are 90 feet behind you.
I don't. There's nothing I can do. Jump in the water, but I don't know why I would do that.
I had a feeling this fight might get interesting if somebody was pulled overboard.
I'm just glad that it wasn't me. It was almost me, I feel like.
It
But
was almost you on that first round.
It's not even coming. It's blinded. It's exhausted.
Yeah, you stopped its ability to keep up with you. And the boat hasn't been stopped yet, so...
I'm all right. I was all ready to like just fight this thing as it like kept on charging at us.
That's what it was gonna do. What are you doing now, though?
90 feet away, so even throwing a javelin is like way out of its range.
What's the javelin's range?
20.
So that would be minus 10 to your hit.
Yeah.
You do it.
But you could try.
That'd just be throwing us another javelin in the water.
I only have one left. I started the campaign with 4.
You can certainly try.
And even if I thought there would be a reason he would try the magic, that's only a 45-foot range.
So does he helplessly stand by and wait?
Yeah, he kind of he does.
Assist the ship.
I don't know how. Is there a way I could assist the ship, I guess?
If you roll a wisdom check. As you successfully think in the moment to turn and assist the pilot with turning the wheel and those 2 side knobs, something that you have also been learning a little bit on the side, and you aid him on his next pilot check.
Yeah, I'll be like, I'll help. And I run over to the levers I control, like the mast.
I can't turn right fast enough. Help!
I got it. Grabbing onto the lever things, I'm like, right?
Yes, yes.
I start like pulling on them to turn us right.
The shark's turn. Oh boy. Alright, it's going to keep careening in a random direction.
Assuming that guy's dead.
So it starts swerving back left. Maintain hold. Nithyarin, you are going to get an attack of opportunity as it swims away.
Can I grab a hold of it?
I will let you try that if you wish, and make a CMB. You try and grab hold of its side, but its hide is just incredibly slippery, and your fingers can't find a grasp as it swims away.
Okay.
It careens off to the left. You see the tentacle bash into the side of the man again, and it's like taking both tentacles and just slamming them up against each other.
How far did it move?
It moved another 30 feet away.
But it moved past me, so that's so it's 30 feet away?
Yeah, like past you in front to the left. So it's probably about 20 feet away from you in total, considering its length.
All right, good.
It's all sorts of status affected. It can't do anything else really. Bringing it to RJ. It is now 70 feet from the back of the boat.
Okay. RJ imbibes a True Strike potion. Or True Strike
Oh
trap.
shit. Okay.
And is ready to fire on his next turn.
Excellent. Whiz rune. Shoots out 2 more freezy rays as they both slam into the front of the beast. Dithian.
All right. So in your documentation, face step doesn't say what kind of an action it is. Oh, I guess it does. It's a move action.
It's a move action.
Never mind. Okay. So face step, 20 foot, boom, next to it.
Now you could go the full 30 and be a little bit more closer up the side of it.
No, I only have 20 foot. It's
Oh, it's
10
only
plus
20.
5 or 2. So
Oh,
yeah,
right,
so
right.
my max is 20 right now.
Yep.
So I should be able to hit it though. That should put me in range.
That will move. Yep. So you got your standard action to hit.
All right. So I'm gonna do my a stunning blow unarmed strike. Boom.
Okay. That will hit. And the stunning blow doesn't necessarily need the thing to do damage, I believe.
Nope. If it's not intimidated, it's re-intimidated. But if it fails that, and
then it has to make its
17.
fortitude save. Okay. You will see the results of that on its turn.
Well, it would drop the guy.
Yes, you're right. So yeah, you somehow spike this thing right in the gill on its side, and you see its tentacle like squirm, and the person, body, you're not sure what, corpse, you're not sure what state he's in at the moment, drops out of the tentacle's grasp and hits the water.
Okay. I'm out of actions this turn.
Okay. The ship gets 2 ballista shots off. Oh my gosh, one of them hits.
Success.
So sad.
All right. And this ballista bolt sticks into the side of the beast. and then the ship tries to maneuver. Come on, buddy.
Okay, I'm swimming good.
Yes, you needed that as well.
He
Yep,
gets plus
just thought of
2 to his.
He does,
I
and
don't.
another +2 from Taween. So this guy had a roll a +4 from you guys, and another +4 from his base, and he rolled a 6. He
Oh
got
my.
14, which is not.
That guy
easy.
needs new dice, man. He needs new dice.
And the ship continues to careen ever so slightly right, but another 60 feet forward. The shark is now 130 feet away.
Oh, wow.
For your purposes, RJ.
It's
gonna be a lot.
negative.
It's going to be a lot closer to a straight roll for you.
How big of a negative is that?
Every range increment is -2. So figure that out. But that does bring it back to Fizz if you were doing anything at this point.
I mean, I'm maintaining my inspire confidence on the pilot.
Yep.
Come on. You. Pilot that boat better, buddy. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have anything else I can do. The thing's too far away. So.
Okay. Taween, anything you're doing or continuing to help?
I'm just continuing to help, I guess.
Roll of wisdom. You don't necessarily prevent the boat from sailing, but you certainly are not helping. He says, "Go ahead, turn that," and you grab one of the things and start turning the mast the wrong direction. In which case they have to stop you and no, that's not what we're doing. So you just don't provide any aid, but you don't hinder it either. That brings it to Shark Boy.
He can't move. He's stunned
Yep.
to the beginning of my turn.
Okay.
He's
Nothing happens.
He's been doing checks to see if the blindness effect ends, right?
Is that just on the initial chance to be blinded, or
Each round at the end of their turn, blinded creatures may attempt new saving throws to end the blindness effect. Sorry, I thought I had that in the description.
It's still blinded.
Okay.
2, 3, 4.
Okay. Yeah.
Is my turn?
Yes, it is. It didn't move, so it's still 130 feet away.
No, I heard you saying Ithirn's turn.
Not yet. It doesn't. It's stunned till the beginning of my turn.
Yeah, no, that's what Shark's saying.
It's a negative 12.
He's still got a +8.
+8. I still throw.
Do you do the football throw where you take a few steps forward and hop up as you throw?
Yeah.
You just rip that thing off the back end of the boat with an incredible throw. And slam into this creature for 11 fire damage. Wizrune cannot hit it any longer.
Magic missiles don't replace?
He's not using his. He doesn't want to use his spell slots.
Oh, okay.
He tries to stick to Ray of Frost. But
Yeah.
he only has so many spell slots today. Okay. Yeah, he's just chilling. Nithirn.
It's right next.
Your turn, it's unstunned, right?
Yeah, but I get to go right away.
Yeah.
It doesn't have an action.
Right.
So I'm right next to it, full action. I'm going to stunning fist, flurry of blows, full action. First one.
Nithirn, as it's your turn and you're seeing that the stun should have worn off.
I know it will not worn off.
You can see that it still is not beginning to move. It is either dead or helpless. If you would like, you can attempt a coup de grace, or you can do your full round attack.
What's a coup de grace? I mean, it's just automatic.
It's an automatic critical hit for a full round action. But it is in a state where it is not resisting whatever you're doing.
Nah, I'll just beat the shit out of it.
Okay. You slam your fists into the side of it, but its hide is so thick and seemingly magically toughened that you're just beating against its hide.
Seriously? I'm not doing any damage?
Nope.
Okay. Was it re-stunned? Automatically re-stunned.
Are you stunning fist again?
The first one I did, yeah.
That would have worn off at the beginning of your turn, right?
On the first hit on this threesome, I said stunning fist.
Oh,
but it's up to you.
Wait a minute. You are hitting into it a little bit because of something else. And I'll explain that after this combat, since it's a mechanic that hasn't come up yet.
Okay.
But it's not necessarily something you would know as characters turn. Okay. All right. So, as the turn begins to proceed, mostly for you, Nithirn, you will see that it does not continue to move any longer.
Still swim.
As the boat slowly begins to slow down and eventually starts to make its turn and head back towards where it can see you and the body floating at the surface.
Well, so do I need to do a heal check on it? Do I think that it's dead or unconscious, or what would I need to do?
You could do a heal check just to see, to try and
What do I
gauge
think?
what's up as it comes to this point where it's not moving.
Where is?
Go ahead.
No, I'm just curious. Like, where is the crew member that got
Right next
pulled
to me.
over?
Right next to
Okay.
me.
Are you heal checking the crew member or the shark?
I was heal checking the shark at
Okay,
first.
okay. You look over the shark, and to the best of your ability, which is fairly confident, it seems like it's dead.
Okay. And then I'm going to heal check the dude next to me.
Also seems like he's dead.
Like dead.
Like dead.
I
Like,
still grab
you
him.
can see his waist is just crushed inward. And
That's fine.
part of his head is caved in from the tentacle just racking up against him a couple of times.
I still grab him and then
Yep.
Wait for the ship.
The shark's body just floats there limply.
I'll
You can
climb up on it.
Okay.
I'll climb up on the shark's
You
body and
climb
stand on
up
top
on
of
it.
it.
A little buoy in the water for you there momentarily. You can see all of the arcane energy that seem to be coursing through those like lines across it. The small faint glow that they had fades away.
Okay. So you just see Niffiarn just standing tall on top of the shark, holding the body of the dude that died, waiting for you guys.
Eventually and slowly, the boat about to turn and coasts up to the side, where Taween, the captain, shouts out, "Lower the anchor!"
It's my time to shine.
Any particular
This-
fashion in which you do this?
He's like been waiting for this the whole time, so he like
He got so
runs
excited.
up there. Like he still hasn't like stopped narration. He's kind of like still in his weird form too, so he's like taking larger strides. He hits the mechanic that drops the anchor automatically.
And with
He's
the
just like
the chain whips out as you can hear it lowering into the lake floor.
Jeez.
And all is still for a moment as the boat coasts up next to this massive creature.
I'll toss the body up on the deck. The little guy.
With a thud. A wet,
And then grab it.
soapy thud.
Then easily, theoretically, grab of it and pull myself up. I don't know if you want to check.
You're not quite adjacent to the ship. You have to swim out a little bit, but you're able to do that easily enough.
Okay.
there was as we have like a moment. As we have a moment, like I think the storm affected the shark in some way. I wouldn't know it's a shark. The storm affected this big fish in some way, I think. It had an aura that was familiar to the storm itself.
Yeah,
It's dead now.
this type of shark shouldn't even get this big.
How about the tentacles? Is that normal?
Oh, no, it's not.
Pretty
I'm
freaky
gonna-
deaky.
I'm gonna address this poor man. Put him with the others.
Do you want to pull the fish aboard?
It's a bit big for the ship.
How big is this again?
It's 35 feet long,
How big is the boat?
like 70
Yeah.
ish.
I
About
think we're all
half the
good.
size of the boat.
I mean,
I don't.
Tyween, maybe you want to hop down there and harvest some stuff like your carapace is for your armor.
Good idea. First one.
That sounds right too.
He will actually like. Good idea. He like jumps down there and he starts like he'll get in the water. I'll do a swim check and start looking at this thing like, what do I want from this?
You're not under duress. You don't have to do a swim check.
Tentacles are kind of cool.
Yes. So what
Trying to
what
think, what do I
aspect of
want?
this thing would you like to harvest? Plainly, what you can see is there's the tentacles, its fin, its tail, its teeth, its eyes, its skin, perhaps any innards that it has, all potentially harvestable for whatever reason.
I am going to
Its
take
tongue,
my.
technically.
I am going to take my. I'm going to try to remove one of its bigger teeth. We make a weapon.
Out of character, fun fact, the skin will actually be waterproof. Dark skin is waterproof.
Yeah.
Yep.
He doesn't care though. He's already got like a piece of armor getting made.
So
Yeah.
He tries to like he takes like the dagger like been cutting himself with and he's like jabbing that into its like jaw trying to remove one of its teeth.
So the teeth on this shark, mind you, when you do manage to get into its mouth, there are dozens, hundreds of teeth in here to choose from.
Yeah.
You do find the larger ones in comparison, but they are
There's-
like as wide as your shoulders and like as tall as your torso-sized teeth. Like
That's awesome.
they are RJ-sized teeth.
And I don't care how long it takes. I'm stealing one of these teeth.
Just one.
Yeah, just one.
Go ahead and make a
You can make a-
survival check.
You can make a +1 bone short sword out of it.
Yeah, something.
Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know either, but I
I was
did.
thinking a great axe. Just a giant battle axe.
The
You
head
need
of
two.
one.
You need two so that you can have a double.
Exactly. Grab
Double-sided
another one.
axe. Two-handed, double-sided axe, literally just
It
two
takes
giant
you
shark teeth
the better
tied to a
part
stick.
of an hour of using your tools and just hacking at the base of this thing's gums trying to free this tooth. You can add a huge shark's tooth to your inventory, and it weighs 30 pounds.
Would anybody else on this ship showed interest in the body?
None of the crew, no.
I'm fine with this. I'll add this to my collection of weird things.
And it is massive. Like, if you have a backpack, you have to rearrange everything around the idea of putting this thing in your backpack. And even then, like, a quarter of it pokes out.
No, you just leave it on the
Unless
ship.
you're strapping it to something. Yeah, on the ship you
Yeah.
can store it somewhere, but
Yeah, for right now, I'm just leaving it on the ship.
you have a cart back on land, so.
Yeah. I'm good with this. I like this thing.
Is so yeah.
So, signing to RJ. Do you know this one's name?
I probably would know the person who died, but probably wouldn't know because his face is all squished up. Not at the moment. I have to.
Well, by process of elimination, it was Bart.
It was Bart.
Bart is dead.
Look at Tassel like, Tassel, you might want to have some things from that shark. It could sell well. Compensate for the loss of life we had so far.
To do, I mean, I'm not sure what we would harvest.
I do an appraise check on the shark?
What aspect of the shark are you trying to appraise?
See how well the skin is, or if anything, there would be sell for a decent amount.
All right, go ahead and make me an appraise check and a knowledge nature check. Okay.
No things.
Shark fin soup.
Yeah.
We
So
don't joke,
a general
don't joke
nature,
about shark fin soup.
a general nature check about the shark in general, in respect of what might be useful for it. That is an accurate statement. Its meat would be very well in food and rations. Its bones and teeth are very good for scrimming and various uses there and have value. Even its eyes could be considered a delicacy in certain dishes. Its tail and fin thing is individually something that could be of decent value, and like you suspected, its skin and backed up by James in real life, its skin would be waterproof and thus valued for uses in which waterproofing needs to be done to things.
Should grab any meat. Could supplement our rations with that. The fins should sell fairly well as the eyes. Bones, if we can grab any of that. The
So,
feet, grab
so,
some of the skin.
so basically, the whole shop. I don't. Do we have the time for that?
I think
Like I
I
said,
think we need some
pull it
rest.
aboard. Pull it aboard.
We'll need some rest anyways, so it'd be good. Rest here, it's calm enough. Seems.
All right. I suppose we'll just leave anchor down and get a few of the men aboard to do what they can. I don't know that they're good at that sort of thing, so we'll see what they can recover.
Ask Taween. He knows his way around butchering things. If anything, I have basic knowledge. So I guess dead.
He looks over the edge at Taween, who's just like propped up on it, just right. Perhaps while we're here then for a while, you could arrange that.
Sure.
Excellent. I'll let the men know they are to follow your orders in the acquisition of resources from this beast.
All right.
If we are stopping to rest, I'm going to go get some now. I have been awake for like a day straight because of that storm, and I would very much so like to get a little bit of rest.
Would be good.
Excellent. Thank you. At some
Nithiarn
point,
has no idea what to do with that thing. So if Azure was here, he would have all kinds of ideas.
oh my gosh, that would be a field goal for you. During that first hour in which everything's getting sorted, and RJ, you kind of begin to get some sort of plan underway. Fizz, what are you doing? Anything in particular?
Oh. No, not really.
Okay.
I'm
You're
not really
milling.
interested.
You're milling about,
Yeah.
and Go ahead.
I mean, if somebody lets me know that, like, it seems like there was some arcane stuff going on with the shark, I might, like,
I wouldn't
try to
already said
figure
that.
out.
We
I
know
wouldn't
you
already said that it was magical.
Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah.
He's,
So,
he's,
I just curious as to what the source of its arcane power would be. There's maybe some sort of component of it that would be maybe magical. So I guess I'll just like cast detect magic on it and look at it.
Okay. In its dead state, there does not seem to be any magical aspect to the shark itself.
Okay.
As
Then,
you're
yeah.
standing there on the side of the deck, kind of looking over with your eyes glowing, using your detect magic concentration, you feel someone kind of brush up and stand beside you rather close. And you hear, "Well, that was quite interesting, wasn't it?"
Mm-hmm. Indeed. I'm assuming that I'm Mr. Lee is beside me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I was a little. It's a weird looking shark, eh?
It is. There's something unnatural about it.
Hmm. Well, hopefully the meat doesn't make us sick.
I am not eating that. But you take your chances.
I mean, if you are, I probably won't.
I don't eat things influenced by strange magic I don't understand.
You see Tywee just on top of it with his axe. Ugh. Ugh. Taking one of the fins off. Alright, guys.
You start
This
guiding
This is
it
how you
through.
cut it. Yeah, I start like explaining where to cut and how to cut certain parts of the fish.
Yep. Would have given it off Tywin because he knows more than I do.
Are you just supervisor, RJ?
I am.
You're not getting in the water or anything?
Oh, I'll get into the water. Give me one sec. Phone call. Hello. Hello. One sec.
Yeah, like Tywee's just got his hand axe. He's just hacking at one of the fins, just trying to take it off.
Excellent.
All right, I was told the fins are valuable. Let's get these off. I don't know how we're going to skin this. I don't know how we're going to get any of the meat off. Might be able to just chunk it, get a chunk or something. I don't know. You guys got anything useful to cut and hack at stuff?
What? Sec. You've got Pezzy down there with you, and he's like, "Yeah, I've got my dagger. We'll carve this thing up."
Excellent.
And then you've got Martha, who's down there with you, and she's like, I've got this dagger too. We don't really have many weaponry on board, I don't think."
It's fine.
So you get,
There's plenty of meat. I'm sure wherever you hack, we'll get something.
you've got a collection of knives at your disposal. And daggers that you begin with the crew hacking it apart with. Anything that you're doing, Nithune?
no, I'm not really having anything to do with that. I would have brought it aboard. That was my idea. That's about it.
Wouldn't be enough room on the board.
Yeah, I
Comfortably.
mean, once I know that it's no longer magical, I'm probably gonna go and rest because I'm a little bit haggard from that tentacle. Man, hit like a brick.
Eventually, Tywee just like swims up to the boat and just tosses one of the huge ass fins on board. There.
Before
We
you,
help, you know,
Ah,
they'll be helping out on top of the shark.
before you head down, Fizz, Mr. Lee, while he's standing there, he says, "Thought about what I've said anymore."
Yeah, quite a quite a bit to ponder on.
Indeed, it's a deep situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've discussed the crystals a little bit with the rest of the group a little bit because just I'm concerned about Wizrune in our party.
What end?
Sounds well. He just seems a little interested in the fact, the corruption of the one crystal that we have.
See. Well,
And he's offered to, and he's done some other pretty, or his ideas aren't necessarily mainstream all the time. So if what you say is true, then that's disconcerting to me. Like worrisome to me.
well, if there's something to be done about it, let me know. I'll help. Otherwise, be careful. If you have more questions, beat me. I want to work with you, Fizz.
I want to work with you too. After all, aren't we such great friends? I feel like we've become friends during this journey.
Been a long journey together, yes. It's always good to have allies.
Yep. And people you can trust.
He gives a nod and a smile and moves on about his way. Gives you like a hefty pat on the back, which looks hefty, but in reality, it's got that soft touch to it.
Excellent. Excellent.
Tawweed, go ahead and make another survival. The excavation efforts are being assisted by a number of people as well, so
yeah.
there's a bonus that I'm
I
adding.
help.
Yep.
Don't help too much.
Your supervisor.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like big fish. You're like, this is a big fish. Let's I don't know, cut it there, cut it here.
You guys spend the rest of the evening, some resting, others harvesting. You get a good portion of the various aspects recovered and brought aboard of the shark. Very well could be worth quite a pretty penny if sold the right people are used correctly. And the amount of meat you're able to gather should help supplement any rations that you were already low on, and at the very least, it will spice things up and add a change from the rations that were more geared to be dried and things that were meant to last a long period of time. The idea of having something fresh is a nice change. And Fizz, you're downstairs kind of resting, nursing your wounds. You are just down there with Sin at the moment, who seems to be awake and sitting at the table. He just says, when you have time, Fizz, gather your group. We should talk.
Okay, well, I think they're harvesting some shark meat right now. So maybe once they're done that.
Yes, I was awoken by quite a number of crashes earlier. People shouting above. Is everything all right?
I think so now, but there was this giant shark and with tentacles and it's just
Ah,
a little crazy. I almost got pulled overboard
that
again.
is good you didn't.
Yeah, probably would have drowned.
It's all right. Your strengths have increased significantly since I first met you all.
You guys are in the forward hold, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As night approaches, Nithian just comes bebopping in. She's in a pretty good mood because she never beat up a fish before. But she just walks in and asks you, more training?
No, I think I'm good.
Are you actually signing back to me?
Yeah, sure. I think I was, or sure, we'll do.
No.
I do
No, I
need
mean,
some.
if you feel that you're good enough, do it definitely.
No. I think so. I'll sign back to you, and it'll be like, sure, I could use some school.
Use some school.
That's great.
You're doing very good. Let's just do a few more, and I'll teach you a couple more words, or try to.
Yeah. Yeah.
I pull my book out, doing drawing. I'm getting really good at drawing the pictures, writing the symbols out, and putting, of course, in Elvish, which you don't understand what it means.
Yeah.
So I'm building a, because I put another point in to be able to actually write sign language now. Put another point in, so I'm getting really good at teaching and writing it now to make a manual.
Excellent.
And then after that, I just go into my thing.
And as dusk settles, eventually RJ, Taween, and the crew eventually feel like they have harvested what they're able. In addition, Taween, as harvesting has begun, the body has begun to slightly, especially as you remove components from it, lose some of its buoyancy and begin to sink down. There's a number of times where you have to lash ropes underneath of it and keep it hoisted up against the edge of the boat itself. And Mr. Lee, as you guys are kind of, it's seeming to get near the close of the evening for the harvesting efforts, he goes, we unroping it and letting it sink, or we're going to be doing more tomorrow?
We got good stuff. Just let it go.
All right. And with that, all of you begin coming aboard. Taween, you are able to wash a good amount of it off in the water, but there are points where you were just covered in shark mess. And even afterwards, no matter how much scrubbing you do without proper soap of anything like that nature, you smell fishy. So fishy.
You say this as if he cared.
For the smell of others in your presence, you are very fishy right now.
RJ notices that RJ uses his one prestidigitation spells to clean him.
Excellent.
Just what I was about to say. -2 to diplomacy, +2 to intimidate.
You remove the fish smell from him, and as you guys begin to all trickle down and into the front hold, you see that Sin is kind of sitting there waiting patiently. And as you guys come down, he motions and says, "Please, sit down. Let's talk." And there we'll go for a short break to refresh and whatnot.
All right.
And then come back for our last 50 or so minutes.
Cool.
Oh, gee.
And we are back. So, as everybody gets done with the harvesting session and heads toward rest for the evening, Sin is there waiting for you. And he motions for people. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I'm gonna tend to my wounds by blowing a couple spell slots or spells.
Yep.
To cast Cure Light Wounds on myself. What is that? 1d8.
1d8 plus 4.
So that's 6, and then probably one more. Another 6. Yay! I'm recovered.
So at this point, as Sin is motioning you guys to sit, he looks over the four of you. And then looks to Fizz and back to RJ. Is this something that you wish to include your wizardly friend on? I have heard the, I suppose, mistrust between you all.
I trust Wizroom.
I trust Wizroom.
If Fizz is more comfortable without Wizroom now.
If RJ is saying he's comfortable with Wizrune being here, then that's fine.
He looks to you, Nithyan. Would you get our friend then? He's aggroed. I can hear him.
While Nithyan is going to get our friend Wizrune,
Yeah.
I guess I will go to retrieve the crystal from the captain's from the
All right,
captain's food area / medicine room / whatever.
Yep.
What did you ask me?
Back.
Sin asked if you would retrieve the Wizrune.
Oh, somebody else already did?
No.
Yeah.
Response.
Yes. I'll go get him.
So you go and you bring him back. Sin says, the are a few things I'd like to talk about. But more importantly, I wanted to check in with you all and answer any questions you may have while we have the time. I will say up front that when we enter this anchor, and we do what we need to do there, I will not be leaving with you all.
Leaving where?
When we head towards the we're going to, I'm guessing. And you know I trust you. I trust that you knew more than we already knew. I was hoping you would tell us eventually. Will you tell us before we split up her?
My apologies. What I mean to say is what we do, what we need to do within, and you all return to the mainland, it will be without me. I will be with you in the anchor.
Do you mean? We're not leaving anybody behind.
It is not a matter of leaving behind. It is where I need to stay. It is my home. And if I don't stay, then I will continue to die.
See, is there any way we can keep you from wasting while in this place?
Sorry, say again, you broke up slightly.
Is there a way to keep you with us? Because
I am afraid not. It is where I belong. It is quite literally my home.
This is something I think I would know about. I'm gonna make sure.
If you think you know it, then you know it.
Hang on, I do know.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
secrets.
No, I'm gonna say it. Is this a gate?
Perhaps that is what your people call it, but yes, it is a conduit.
To
The realm of water.
another moon?
Yes.
Understood. Makes sense.
My home. To my home.
I understand that. I'm saying this to RJ. Hope RJ is repeating. Unless he's
Okay.
reading a sign language all of a sudden.
He is responding to you directly.
Oh,
Without the
interesting.
need for translation.
Okay.
Or what we're gonna do without you?
You will manage. You will find others. My kind are very few in the world. And many of us, as Nithya understands, reside beyond the conduits. Although your kind is a particular one, Nithya. You are few, but still many. I am but the only of my kind. And like me, there are others that are the only of their kind. My home, the realm of water, is a place that I have the affinity to. A term I've liked to use, others have used it, that I am a divine emissary. I am a piece of something that used to be much greater than you see me now. But the powers of this world have forced something else to pass.
Will we be closing the gate?
Oh no. To
What will we be
close,
doing?
we must mend any damage that has been done. The anchor the object, the structure that resides on the other side is
How would we?
what you might call like a dam to prevent the chaotic energies of that realm, like that storm, from spreading further. We close the gate, all aspects to that energy are cut off. But if we repair the dam, we can control the flow, so it doesn't cause harm, but doesn't remove an aspect. There are others like me, and other places, other conduits, and other anchors. They don't all have my opinion.
Who broke the dam?
Can't be certain until we get there. But my guess is the powers that, well, something more natural. I don't know that it is a who. A dam is something constructed. Nature does not make dams. Over time they erode. And it has been hundreds and hundreds of years since I have been there. I left it
How about
for selfish reasons. That is why I call myself Sin.
I thought you left to find that man that you were following.
That is only something of recent time.
Does he play a part in all this?
I believe him to either know or be another of my kind. There's some link there. But as
To a
time
different,
has grown, yes, to another,
okay, another gate.
which I don't know. As time has dwindled on, my power has waned. And then I met you all. And almost by fate, your ideals and goals brought me back here, and I knew it was time to return home.
I understand. Is there any advice to fixing this dam you want to give us?
It will be up to me. I must get to the source of the damage. But I'm sure there will be dangers in its path. Just as that shark was likely magically enhanced by the powers beyond, so too will other things. I will need your protection for a while longer.
One more adventure then, Sin?
One more adventure. And you'll always know where I am. Time will not kill me there. And if you ever make it back out, you can come visit. At the dangers that is, though. You all will have to decide, though. Who knows of this? Who can find it? Who can't? We used the Vith to help construct it when we failed. The anchors. But we are merely gatekeepers. We've lost our ability to create. That was from a time long ago. But this world is ours. We helped make it. And we cherish it and do not wish to see it perish. Again, I don't speak for all of my kind. But it is what I would like to hope. There is a constant struggle between law and chaos, and good and evil. And another force to make it all neutral. All of these forces fight one another in many ways and shapes. But that is what existence requires. To exist. It needs the struggle. It needs the sway back and forth. It needs difference.
The cycles of them.
Yes. There's one of my kind associated to that as well. But I know of the cycles of water, of rain, how the rivers flow, the royal of the sea. That is me.
How far are we from Baker?
Not far. When we set sail, we shall reach it in a matter of hours, I assume. I can feel it drawing closer.
Should we leave the ship out of sight? Perhaps take a small boat?
I hadn't considered. That's what you all think is best. I will do what you wish. For it is you all who will have to carry this knowledge forward beyond it.
Well, you said less that know, the better.
Perhaps. I meant more. Be
You
careful
have to choose
who does
who
know.
we choose.
Yes.
I look at everyone. I think this might have to stay with our group, only our group, this time around.
Okay.
Do you mean take the ship in? Then everybody will see it.
We'll see. I think they'll see the gate. We'll most likely we will have to go through that gate, won't we? That we saw.
Yes.
We can bring the ship towards that gate. They won't go inside it.
You must ask yourself, do you wish them to know the location of the gate? Even that is like showing them the door.
This might be right.
I don't mean to influence any of you in any way. I have always tried to remain impartial, for some of the knowledge I know would sway things too much, and it is not my place. But I have seen something in each of you. And, to be honest, the power that each of you has grown recently, in a mere matter of months, I may have aided.
Oh,
For someone to learn the skills that any of you have learned as of late, to become as good at combat, to understand the higher levels of magic as quickly, to harness those energies in other ways, would take normal people years, if not decades. Cycles, if not dozens of cycles. Part of my lack of strength is mine giving it to you. For I believe you all will carry on to do something greater than I could accomplish myself. Whatever that means. Your kind heart, RJ. Wherever that goes, that will touch. It will change those you meet. Haween, your stoicism and ability to protect those around you will keep your friends and those you care for safe. Nithyan, your rational, calm self will keep everyone in check and make them consider what is truly important. And Fizz, oh Fizz, while devious, your inquisitive mind will uncover the secrets of those around you and inform you in ways the others cannot seek. You rely on one another, whether that be for a time or for a short while. I see something greater in each of you. I wanted to nurture that, to propel you forward. Shape the world the way you intend. Power of thought and intention is more powerful than any of you know. Please, consider amongst yourselves. If you have questions, I am here. I know this is a lot.
I have a question.
Yes.
I reached out one evening, and you weren't there.
My essence is not like of yours.
The same evening, none of those in the house were there either. Streets. What does that mean?
It is more that that type of magic does not affect what they are. I don't know much about your people, so I can't claim to know much. But I've heard the tales. You have something to do with dreams, yes? I've heard
Yes.
the others speak of it. Perhaps they don't dream. For a being that can't dream, you cannot find. Just like I don't. But for a different reason, I'm sure. I would know if they were my kind.
Neither do I.
Perhaps others do amongst you. The clues are there.
Well, I think I know what we need to do. RJ, how do you feel?
I think I figure. I think we're on the same page. Of North. You enter this gate. What will happen with him?
Truthfully, I cannot say. Perhaps you will find others that will aid you on his recovery. Perhaps his energy will go back to the cycle. I did not have the power to save him or to help him. But not all of my kind are as weak. And there are people of your kind, all of you collectively, that may have that strength as well.
I got RJ. How does Taween feel?
Look at Taween. I think it might be time, Taween, to let our friend rest.
But aren't without you, Narth is gone,
Is
right?
He was gone when the sword struck his life down.
You've been you've been lying.
I did not lie. I held his form there as long as I could.
What?
I am sorry I was not powerful enough. I know he was your friend.
What about? Look, you said you'd help.
Be careful of the book. It holds the power too much, from what I can tell. It can distort the balance of life and death. But I believe its creation was rooted in the dark side of things. Use it for light where you can. Don't let it consume you.
It already has, but all right.
Your mind, I mean. Don't let it turn you dark. Even if you wield its powers.
Whatever. I.
Side
I don't
dude,
know.
RJ.
I got nothing else.
Tell him not to give up. This is more important.
I think you should write it.
Okay, you said think I should write it?
You should write it for him.
Yeah, okay. So I pull out my paper. Don't give up on Noth. But this is more important for now.
I'm not questioning the mission, okay? If I was questioning the mission, I wouldn't be here. I understand that.
I won't give up on Noth. He was your friend.
What's up with the tainted Astron crystal then?
I think we should
Black
get that
one.
locked away. So we,
What's up with it?
Oh.
And this is towards Sin. What do you know about that?
I believe there are many greater powers than those of mortals. They take different shapes and sizes and varieties. 1 minute, Jace.
Come here, Jace.
Some, like me, have intentions that are good. Others seek to corrupt that goodness and sow evil within the realm. Either it is the work of some individual or group of individuals, perhaps with the power and support of one of my kind or those like me. But from what I can tell, it leads to not just. It is not a break of the cycle. It is a reordering of it. It is an aberration of it. It is a twisting of what we know to be real into something that is still real, but in a new form, if that makes sense.
I don't know. I don't understand this stuff.
It is, in the scope of things, something relatively new.
All right, whatever.
Towards Fizz. Fizz, how do you?
Well, I agree with RJ that probably best to keep the crystal or the gate with as few people as possible. As far as the crystals go, I don't really understand it that well myself, but I can't imagine anything that disrupts this cycle is good for anyone.
What will you do with Lord? What's his face?
Dreet.
Lord Dreet.
Lord Reach. I'm not sure. Perhaps we'll have to speak with him when we get back.
Seems to me the type that shouldn't know.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like potentially knowing about. So, I don't know, Sin, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this line of thinking. Like, this gate that you're speaking of isn't the anchor, right? Or are they the same thing?
The gate is the object on this side. The anchor is the structure through it.
Okay. That makes even less sense to me, but
It will make sense tomorrow when we go.
okay. Yeah. I don't know. I guess we'll have to talk to him when we get back. I mean, the dwarves are aware of these anchors. And they say the Vith are aware of them as well, don't they? So I don't know.
They both helped build it.
But we don't know what this Lord Dreet is. He's not one of us. Or one of you.
Yeah, that's true. Yes. We'll just have to talk with them.
Some of the Dreets seem nicer than others, but none of them are like us.
I guess you could speak with Tezul if you wanted. He's here with us.
He doesn't dream.
I know, which means he must be the same as Lord Dreet, right? I mean, they're related, aren't they?
Good question. Well, you know my thoughts. Tomorrow we go, we repair the gate. Then we go from there.
Before that, we do have to clear the air between Biz and Tywin at least, so we can fight effectively tomorrow.
Together we are stronger than apart.
I think you have to explain why you are apprehensive last time, Biz, to Tywin.
I'm just concerned about these crystals. They're connected to life.
Wizard for the first time speaks up and says, "Yes, we will uncover their secrets together."
And see, that's what I'm worried about.
You think understanding them is a bad thing? You yourselves say you don't know what they are. How else are we to find out?
I don't know for sure what they are. But I know enough to know that probably not a good idea to mess around with these crystals if you don't know what you're doing.
Learn it from.
Roll sense motive.
Are you going to? Are you lying?
Yes, I am.
Sounds like he's about to.
I'm about to.
because this is kind of you're saying some
No,
stuff. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
it's legit. You're gonna get a sense whether or not he's being honest with you or not.
Yeah.
He's gonna beat me no matter what.
Oh yeah, obviously.
I have a negative
my-
one
Well,
for
I
my
mean,
strength power.
my
because
left
I'm
foot can beat you.
You still got to roll. You still got to roll your bluff check.
I don't even have to. I don't even have to roll.
I'm just
I'm
trying to
kidding.
find my stupid special ability because I can't remember if bluff is one of the ones that I have as a
Is it
replacement.
string?
It's bluff
String?
and diplomacy, so it's
String is bluff and diplomacy.
Oh, God.
so everybody else can make sense motive checks as well. Because I mean, everybody's hearing this and you're looking at me.
Beat a 30.
Yeah, there's no way, but
Okay.
everybody's gonna believe you.
Yeah. I just ever since you guys gave me this crystal to hold on to, I've been sort of, contemplating a little bit about it and holding it and looking into it. And, it just kind of, I don't know. I can't explain how I know these things. It just feels right.
Feels right.
You're literally saying you know this, though.
I know.
The
This
best
is
way
just
to the best way to understand it would be to use it. Not for bad purposes necessarily, but if we don't understand it or use it, we don't know how to avoid it. What
I
it
would
can do.
disagree. I would disagree. Much like when you walk into the room and you feel a chill in the back of your neck and you just know something's wrong.
Then you
It
look
just
for
feels...
the open window. You don't go on your assumption and leave the room. You
Wisdom is right.
you restock the fire. You don't become afraid of the cold and hide in the dark under your covers.
Wisdom is making a lot of sense, Fizz.
Well, okay.
I think we shouldn't dabble with the tainted crystal. Don't. If it can create something similar to what we fought, if Fizz is what he said during the previous meeting is even slightly correct, using that on Noth won't end well.
I think everyone has a point, possibly. It's somewhere in the middle. If it uses the word corrupt, maybe it can be cleansed.
I mean, yeah,
I think we need more information.
I mean, you guys have one that's pure as far as I'm aware. Like the one you showed us before that you pulled from the body.
Unsure. Something clean next to something dirty doesn't make the dirty clean.
No,
The clean becomes dirty.
No, I meant like if that's your only concern about the fact that you want to try and use it with the fact that it's corrupted because it's black, we do have one that's not corrupted.
Sin says something. He says, on this topic, I can provide one piece for you all. Truly clean and pure Astron is clear. Any other color, and it has been influenced by some other type of energy.
So what would red be then? Do you know or no?
I would guess fire.
I'm guessing black is death.
Or the perversion of it.
Yeah.
Blue.
Water.
Is there a blue? I forget what are the colors again.
Blue is
Green?
gold.
Yeah,
Green.
yeah.
Green is grass.
Red, orange,
There are
No, you went
four.
off.
violet, orange, red, blue, orange, and violet.
There are 4 of them that are commonly used in the dwarven currency. But you have a crystal that is blue-green with black tendrils. Back in Balin, you saw multiple that were clear. You've seen black.
I was just out of character.
There was
The-
a yellow one,
the one
yellowish
that-
one.
The one that
Pokemon
consists
colors.
of the compass thing RJ has, the Paragon, is yellow.
For the sun.
The suns are red and blue.
No. Well then.
But Sin says, truly pure is clear, neutral, unchanged, untouched. And white, well, that has the power to create.
Would it have the power to bring back what was lost?
Not in that way. That would be up to how other energies are used. Theoretically, you cannot synonymize the types of magic to these in any sense. You could have a fire, you could have a blue crystal that does water stuff, fire stuff, conjuration stuff, divination stuff. It is more the source influence and how it may or may not alter it. But I only meant to add that pure is clear.
Good to know.
I think we might want to have an early night tonight if we're gonna go on our own tomorrow.
I think it's best to leave the boat here. We could get a little closer, but then again, they'll know where it is.
Tell them to
Yeah.
stay here, and we'll head out tomorrow.
Do you know how many people fit on one of these little boats?
There's a bunch of them underneath the deck, isn't there?
Yeah, there are. Wizard says we should tell no one and leave in the night.
I need some rest, man. I had a rough day. Sin is right, and there's going to be more danger closer we get.
Yeah, that's wiser. Let's rest. Leave first light.
These goddamn tentacles almost took my face off.
Wizard, can you study while we row?
Yeah, I should be fine.
You need anything while you're being awake?
What were you asking?
I was gonna make him a poly-purpose panacea with the hour time that I have before I go to bed.
Hey, RJ. Next time you get a chance, could you make some of those large person potions?
Of course.
Don't have any.
What time is it right now?
Evening.
And do I have enough time to create a couple for Tallene?
How long did it take? An hour?
Technically an hour to make 10, or an hour to make 1.
Well, you don't have your
Depending on-
cauldron,
I don't have my cauldron,
so whatever that time is.
right? I will make 1 going to bed.
That's fine.
Oh, I don't. They left my cauldron back at the caravan. I'll make you more when we get home.
Sounds good. Those might be useful when we fight something big like that again. Like that
Yeah.
shark.
It sure was enormous.
Like the big bug thing we fought.
You can't splash potions yet, can you?
Yeah, that is next level.
Okay.
I get my next rate.
Sin says, I'm sure we'll speak more on various things before our time is ended. But get some rest now, so we can have our last adventure.
Before I go to bed, I'm gonna quick run up and see who's working night shift.
Mr. Lee, Fury, Martha, and a couple others.
Then I'm gonna go and do my thing.
Any dream stuff, Nithyan?
I'm gonna reach out and see who I can see.
Okay.
And then and that's why I made a mental note of who I knew was on shift.
Yeah,
Process of elimination.
you cannot reach
3 you
out.
named, obviously I can't see them.
There are 3 that you know that you can't reach out to. Everyone else is reach. Well, aside from the people awake as well. The others are reachable.
Including
So I'm gonna say that there's something that I wanted to do.
Yeah. Before everybody.
including to Sewell.
No, he's not reachable.
All right, good enough. That's what I wanted. All right,
Okay.
thanks.
All right. Yeah. What are you doing in the evening, Fizz?
So I mean, this is probably. I want to like hang out by the door after I notice that Deswell and Mr. Lee have gone inside to see if they're still arguing.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a perception check as you kind of slink, and a stealth, just because you're trying to be a little sneaky.
Yeah.
Okay. You get up kind of close to the door. You can hear some sort of conversation taking place. It's not yelling, but you can definitely feel the tension in the tones.
I'm going to, with my very last spell slot of the day, quietly cast. Right, I still have a spell slot. Let me just make sure. Yes, I do. I'm going to cast Comprehend Languages and press my ear to the door.
And as you press your ear to the door, spy in and listen what is being said. We'll pick it up there next week.
Yeah. Cliffhanger.
Given the perfect opportunity for the cliffhanger.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, you set that one up for me.
That's okay.
Well, I knew we were going to cliffhang soon before we left, or we were going to cliffhang on the way to the island. I didn't expect us to get to the
I
gate
thought
today.
we might get to the gate tonight, but that fight took a little longer than I thought it would. And then there was a lot of good, really good exposition after it. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that fight.
that was
Oh man, guys.
That was a good fight.
Yeah. The RP after I only rolled I rolled a 19 on that bluff check because my bonus is plus 11. So
Of course you
Ugh.
did.
that's a hard check on that.
Yeah, nobody was going to. Everybody believed you.
And-
You were
yeah.
very, very honest there, and we
Yeah,
appreciate it.
100%.
We believed you. It's just that it was that we knew that he wasn't trying to lie to us, but what he was saying still felt odd, maybe. 'Cause
I don't know. I'm playing it as if it's was good. Made sense.
No, I'm just
Just
thinking.
trying to keep the confidence of my good friend.
No, it's the whole. Even if you rolled high, if you're telling a giant tale that you can totally see through, you could probably find reasons too.
Yeah. You're not going to believe that if he's telling you that the sky is orange and it's blue, you're not going to believe it. So,
Yeah.
right, he's not going to convince you by bluff checking it.
oh,
But
man.
but I don't have the same level of distrust towards Fizz as some of the other rest of you do.
Yeah, there's a lot of distrust in this party right now.
So
I
Here-
not by me. Not by me.
here's a good question, based off of how the next session goes. How long does that charm last that's on me right now? Basically every night and day, like 24 hours, or
That is
Should be.
if she's recasted on you, which I haven't
Yeah.
said one way or the other yet.
yeah, but it's like 24 hours between casts,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It's a 24-hour duration. But we already know that if she does do it, it's an auto succeed. So. And then
So
it's
either you're-
just a matter of whether you realize it's
That
happening.
hasn't changed with my level up.
Now you're going to figure it out in a day.
Well, let's see how long we spend on this gate, and if
Oh,
she
we're-
comes along with us or not.
I'm not inviting her.
Oh
I'm
man.
not.
You might not be.
We're not bringing Mr. Lee.
Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't.
He's a
I
good
wouldn't.
guy.
I wouldn't go
can
with
trust
Mr.
him.
Lee.
He might be a good guy, but we need people to protect the ship while we're out.
Last time-
Azul can do.
Last time you brought someone with us, you got him killed.
That is true.
That is a good point. So
Regardless, whether it was Lee or anybody else that you recommended to bring in, I would not want that. I'll just,
I mean,
would be there.
I'm gonna be needing to have a conversation with Mr. Lee to determine if she's going to want to request that I request the group invite her on the excursion.
That's going to be interesting because you're the one that said, hey, we shouldn't trust anyone with this information and let anyone see it. And then instantly we're like, well, except for Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee's awesome. Should come.
I like Mr. Lee. He can come with us.
I feel
completely
like we've really
trust him.
bonded. He's really willing to help us, I think.
The second you say that, I'm going to question the fuck out of that.
And I will be rolling bluffs.
Oh, I'll let you. I will believe.
that would work.
That's the thing, though. I will believe that you think he's a great guy and trustworthy, but that still doesn't mean he's coming.
That's true. Oh man.
Right, you
Like,
are.
I've had
you are.
zero interaction with Mr. Lee, so I have no opinion on him any more than any one of the other people on the ship. So,
Other
Yeah,
than
it's okay.
other than that, he doesn't dream.
right. Well, no, I don't
It-
know that he doesn't dream.
Yeah, you do.
Mr. Lee?
Oh, well, he's awake right now, and you didn't do it the other day, did you?
Correct.
Yep, never mind.
This is the
You
first.
didn't-
This
yeah.
is the first time. This is the first time on the ship I looked around. So that's why I went up to look to see who was up.
Yeah, that makes
If he-
sense.
if
That
he-
makes sense.
Right. So I don't know that. But it doesn't matter. He's no different than anybody else. I don't want anybody else but us. and Wizroom is one of us because he's been with us for a very long time. And
Yes.
Wizroom's just fine.
Wizard, or if not Wizard, Nithir, excuse me. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I can vouch for Mr. Lee, okay?
What'd you guys think?
It doesn't work, friend.
What'd you guys think of the Sin knowledge drop there?
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Have you always had him ready like that, or did you think of some of that as we went on?
Bits and pieces, but the main gist of it was there out of the gate. There were clues along the way.
Yeah, I knew he was something different. Well, one of them, when you told me he wasn't asleep, so I knew it. Okay, something's up with him. Didn't know what, but I knew something was up.
What would you have done if we didn't bring Sin along, actually?
Oh, he made sure he was on the boat.
Oh, when we first met him at Terran.
Then it would have been a bit of a different story when you got here.
Yeah.
Sin's hanging around in the tavern. The crappy little tavern.
Yeah, it very well may have been a case where I recycled my idea and pushed it further down the line, but
You're always able to, if you got an NPC character you want to be part of a story, there's always ways to reintroduce that character into the story.
If the players miss them and know literally nothing about them, then all right, use it again later, even if you have to reskin it a little bit with the
And
same
sometimes
concept.
you just leave a painting in your caravan.
And they're all right, and they're none the wiser.
Yep.
I burnt that painting. I burnt it good.
I mean, Sin initially was not intended to be part of the caravan, so you already altered it to a good degree. But again, I didn't have a lot of the finer details. I just had the gist of it down at certain points, and as it's progressed, I've built finer and finer details around what is actually happening.
I only ask because you seemed like the last couple weeks you've been RPing him differently. It was just the
Well,
my
his
whole
voice
thing.
changed.
Well, yeah, that was me finding him a good voice finally. In my mind, that was part of the voice change. But he started RPing differently because he stopped taking as much of a back seat because he needed to make sure he was on this journey. He needed to make sure he was on this voyage, and he has an opinion and a stake in it. So he needed to start making himself known. Up to this point, he was comfortable just being in the back seat because unless you tried to interact with him and talk to him, he was fine just watching you guys do what you do.
True.
But the moment you hit Formarian, Taween, the conversation between people you walked past in the main house, if you had stopped and tried to eavesdrop on that, you would have heard Sin talking with the Dreets, ensuring that that you get access to the boat and are able to go.
Oh.
among other things, but that was the main thing you would have learned.
So that's why we had access to the boat no matter what.
In small part, there's actually more. There's more to that as well, but that is a part of it. There was actually about 3 or 4 different angles in which you could have attained the boats.
Gotcha.
The angle you took not being any of them. But yeah, no. What do you think of Sin? What is it you guys think he is or isn't? Or
told us what he is.
I said.
Yeah,
I gave you a title.
is a god of water.
Emissary.
Poseidon.
Or yeah, you said an emissary, right?
Put him away.
Yeah,
I use the word divine emissary.
yeah, divine emissary. So
We're
he's
done. Yeah, that's Daddy. You see Daddy? Look, you see you.
More destroyed him a little bit.
All right.
Yeah.
It is fun. I'm gonna miss him.
Yeah. Say again,
Have you
RJ?
gotten?
Or Miguel?
Sin is fun. I'm gonna miss him.
Yeah, he's a really cool character. But now you
Who
know
am I gonna
there's,
learn the spells from, though?
I don't know. He taught you some things.
Did you get it? I kind of dropped some info too.
Yeah. You had different terminology for it, but yeah,
Yep.
in essence, this kind of the same thing.
People in your ancient races. I'm only
No,
like
I'm
30 something.
Well, I've only been through a gate once, so I don't really know him well.
somehow I am sort of didn't know about the gates, but knew some stuff about the crystals.
Yeah,